right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to our city council meeting tonight. Do I have a motion to go into closed meeting?
I so move. Go ahead.
Do you mind reading out the motion for us?
I move to go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A to discuss and consider business contracts and personnel matters, including board and commission appointments, the assignment and performance of specific appointee and employees of city council, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby. A4, for the protection of the privacy of individuals' personnel matters not related to public business.
All right.
Second.
All right. Motion's been made by Councilor Joyner, seconded by Vice Mayor Gore. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, and Councilor Holloway.
All right. Motion passes. See everybody in closed session.
All right.
Motion's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris, Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passed 5-0.
All right. Can you please read the certification?
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting.
All right. Roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris, Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, and Counselor Holloway.
Yes. Okay. Is there a motion to appoint Counselors Joyner and Counselors Harris to the Finance Committee?
So moved. Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Vice Mayor Gore. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris, Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, and Counselor Holloway.
Yes. Okay. Well, we still got 3. Well, hold on. All right. You want to go ahead or?
Ready?
Yeah. Counselor Denton?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the contract between the City of Hopewell and the Virginia American Water Company, Corporation, I guess it is.
Okay, and I'll second it. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes,
Counselor Pelham, Counselor Holloway. Motion made, I believe it was 4-1. I'm sorry?
I didn't, well,
Silence.
Counselor Holloway? Okay,
Silence.
okay. All right, motion passes on a 5-1. Moving on to our work session agenda. First up is Miss Darlene Loving with the Rental Inspection Program.
Hello, how is everyone tonight?
Good.
My name is Darlene Loving. I work for the Development Department, and as to the request of City Council previous, we have been working on implementing the city's rental inspection program. The reason for this is to maintain decent and sanitary living conditions for our tenants and our residents. It would also help reduce spotlight buildings in the neighborhood. We would hope that it would get the neighborhoods to have a little more pride in where we live and to help maintain the real estate and the value of the city.
Miss Loving, can you please speak into the microphone? Folks in the audience are having a hard time hearing.
I'm sorry, how's that?
Is that better?
A little better?
All right, I'm seeing heads going up and down, so I'm going to take that as a yes.
Thank you. Okay, our rental inspection districts are downtown City Point and then The second district runs from Main Street, North Sixth Street, down to the Monticello Apartments on West Broadway. There's also on the next page a map that includes the two areas that have been previously designated by City Council. The amendments that we would like to have approved and changed in City Council ordinance is to be able to have a registration of the rental units to the areas turned into code enforcement. We would like for code enforcement to be responsible for inspecting and our overall care of the buildings. We would like to begin with one area at a time. We have split City Point and the district area up into 5 different sections. We would like for the inspector to be able to have 30 to 60 days to start the implementation and get the program up and running with letters of registration, inspections set up, re-inspections if it's necessary. And when I talk about inspections, the initial inspection would be whether to determine whether the unit would pass the state code. After that, we would have initial and periodic inspections. The periodic inspections would be if a tenant was changed or if the property changed, then a new inspection, initial inspection would be involved. Follow-up inspections would be if the first time we made an inspection and there were minor violations, then we would give them a set specific date to have those violations corrected. If they're corrected, then they would get their certification. Periodic inspections would be, as I stated, if tenants are moved out or if the property is sold. There would also be an annual exterior inspection of all the properties in the rental program yearly, and the homeowners would be notified 14 days in advance of the inspection. The scheduling of the inspections would be the responsibility of the property owner or the maintenance company that is taking care of the rental property. We would like for an initial inspection fee of $100. If a re-inspection with minor violations and the remedies have not been changed or fixed and another re-inspection is required, we would request $100. If after re-inspection major violations have not been remedied, then we would issue a summons and we would ask the judge to either have a penalty of $500 up to $2,500. Failure to schedule a required inspection would result in the assessment of administrative fee of $100, and this would be in addition to the initial inspection fee. The certification would be good for 4 years. On the initial inspection, if there were no problems, no minors, and they passed the inspection, they would get a certification stating that the property had been inspected in good health, good sanitary conditions for the tenant for 4 years. It would remain under that certification for 4 years unless the tenant moved out or the property is sold. A temporary certificate can be issued. For example, if you have a property to rent and we go in and there are some minor little issues that need to be taken care of, and yet you can still rent it to the tenant, they can still live there, then we would issue a temporary certificate until the re-inspection time, and then you get your 4-year certificate. A certificate of compliance could be revoked. If you get complaints and you get violations after you've gotten your 4 years, then we would be able to revoke it, and then upon that, you would have to start the process all over again. The homeowners and the property owners would also have a chance to appeal if any minor or major violations they did not feel were adequate. They can appeal to the Virginia State Construction Board. On this slideshow, I have just a little process where you'd have the initial registration, the scheduled inspection. If this inspection passes, then you would move around, you'd get your certification. If the initial inspection did not pass, then we would have to do a re-inspection, and from there, we would determine whether we would have to go any further or whether you would get your certification. On the last slide, I have a little bit of information and comments that were presented to myself when I presented the program in front of the Planning Commission. They had mentioned possibly changing the certification from 4 years to 3 years. Well, upon a little bit of research, I realized that according to the state code, you can't do that. Your certification must be 4 years. They considered adding a grievance policy for the homeowners and the property owners. They considered putting in a statement in the original registration that the property owner is liable and responsible for any change of address, contact information. They would actually like to see the rental program go citywide and possibly having enough employees to make this program go citywide, because right now it's just me. And then consider how to inform the property owners of the meetings that concern this program. So what we did when we got the information that this program was going to come in front of this meeting, we mailed out 400 postcards to all the homeowners and the managing property companies, to any houses and all houses that were considered rental property in the districts that we are working on the rental program for. Out of 400 that we mailed back, we got a total of 15 back. So we're hoping everyone got it. And we also, on the registration form for the initial, we added a line and information in there that the homeowner is responsible for their correct mailing address on all city real estate properties. Are there any questions?
I saw Councilor Gore's light, Vice Mayor Gore's light.
Thank you for the presentation. I may have to ask Mr. Ward to come up to answer some questions as well. I put this on the agenda about 2 years ago to ask for this to go citywide. From my understanding, they said we couldn't be one contiguous area, it had to be different zones like you have here. Throughout the time we've been going back and forth with council, my last understanding was that there was a presentation by the former director, Ms. Griffin, in regards to hiring 4 code enforcement officers and to break the city up into 4 zones. We supported funding for additional certifications so that those who will be inspection can be able to do tickets in the field and do some other things like that. I'm a little confused what happened with the zone concept, or when was that switched to just being one part of the city? I mean, maybe you may not know, because probably wasn't carried over to you, but we supported having the city broken into 4 zones.
Well, according to the Virginia State Code, City Council elects the districts and the areas. So with the information, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, with the information that we were given and that we researched back for the last 10 or 15 years, these were the only areas that were designated by City Council.
Right, and so when I put this on the agenda, it was for us to designate other areas. And so when we went back and forth, we had work sessions, we landed on 4 zones as a recommendation from the department. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what may have happened with that.
So, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I reached out to the former director when we started working on this again and asked her about where things left off. And she explained to me that it was, the changes were really just adding in the fees, and that we were keeping it in these two districts, these two areas that Ms. Loving has shown on the map. So that's the information we went forward with. I apologize if that's not what council had indicated to to the former director, but that's what we've been working with. Doesn't mean we can't expand it. It could be some minor tweaks to the proposed ordinance.
Okay, so I'll go
and-
back and pull my records because like the intention was to make it citywide as much as we could. And we realized that we couldn't make it one area. We had to do it in zones. And from doing the research beforehand, I think that was the original intent when this was adopted, but there was pushback, and which is why it was only put to City Point area. So I was trying to reverse that and say, okay, let's go back citywide. And there was a discussion, a presentation about 4 zones, and then the necessary staff it would take to support those zones, and money and certifications.
Okay.
So I can go back and try to pull that and share it, but I don't want you guys to be even more blindsided with that, because I was like, what happened to the zones? So I'll share that if it's the will of council, but at the time, the support was to do it in 4 zones.
Okay, and we'll also make contact with the former director again and try to get some clarification there as well.
Okay, and my
Okay.
other question, thank you so much. My other question is
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the city attorney. I've been speaking to you in regards to potentially putting something on the agenda in regards to nuisance properties. And I felt like maybe if this was citywide, then we could really address the landlords that are allowing tenants that keep having repeat offenses when it comes to drug activity and even crime, and specifically shooting. And that maybe there could be something we can put in here when it comes to like the state code for public health and safety nuisances, to have it be a trigger to cause evictions or there to be some other punishment for repeat renting. And so, so that's Virginia Code 15.2-900. And so I wanted just to make sure you guys are also aware, because we talked about this in the past, and those discussions you guys weren't present for, to potentially use it as a way to, and I talked to Mr. Ward about some of the crime data, so we had to circle back to that. So he's kind of aware kind of where I'm going with that code section. So we talked about it. He's helping to put it in the building blocks to help identify. And I think you said that you got the list of people who have rental properties, and you were helping me to compare it, but there was questions about the data itself. So we just want to circle back to that. And Mr. Ward has been helping me with that part.
We're having a hard time hearing, and it's at a loss because we can't hear.
Do you want me to speak louder? Okay, that's helpful? Okay. So just to recap really quickly, her also, okay. All right, sorry. So just to recap, I was saying that when we last talked about this, it was supposed to divide the city into 4 quadrant zones for the rental inspection program to make it citywide, as opposed to just downtown area. The other point that I was making was I've been researching how to potentially add a Virginia Code 15.2-900 public health and safety nuisances into the rental inspection policy. So those landlords that have repeat offenders of crime, overdoses, and bad activity can potentially have more sanctions put on them, and then also be something we can do with them limiting renters that have the same type of activity at that site. And so what I was saying is I've already been in discussion with the Director of Development to look at the data that we have from the police department, his data that he has for renters, to see if there is a correlation, and then also asking the attorney to look at that information. So I just wanted to make sure that they were reminded that we need to sit down and compare our data to make sure that this is something I can present to council.
Will there be a
That's it, ma'am. I'm sorry, but this isn't the most. This isn't an appropriate time for the audience to ask questions during a work session. What you can do is during communications from citizens, we will allow you the opportunity to come up and express concerns that you have to council, and staff will take notes of those concerns.
What about the not hearing? Is that what you're saying?
During communications from citizens tonight.
I feel like I think I've
Ma'am.
just lost a lot of time in here because if you can't hear it, you shouldn't be here.
Ma'am,
She wanted to recap, and there'll be notes from tonight.
yes, there will be notes from tonight. All right. Sorry,
That's
continue,
it.
Ms. Loving.
I'm done.
You done? Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? The only comment that I have is on the program. You show that we're charging $100 fee to do an initial inspection. I don't think that we should have a fee for an initial inspection. I think that if you have upon the initial inspection, comes to you at no charge, but if you have minor violations or major violations, that's when we go and hit you with a fine. Because I don't think it's fair for a homeowner that keeps up their property or a landlord that keeps up their property that they have to go and pay a $100 inspection fee.
Well,
I mean,
I'm sorry, but previously in the past, when the program has been gotten to try to get up and running, and there was no initial inspection fee or any penalties, you only had about 30 people that turned their information in as landlords, and then the other percentage of them just didn't bother to register, didn't bother to call for inspections. They just waved it over by the side.
well, that,
I think is one reason that we were asked to put initial fees on, to put reinspection fees on, and to have a penalty fee.
penalty fees I have no problem with, and I don't think anybody, any good landlord or any, good citizen or tenant would have a problem with that. What I'm saying is that the initial inspection is, free, and it is incumbent upon, the landlord to, schedule their inspection. And if they don't schedule it, then, hit them with the fine there. But I wouldn't, charge them for an initial fee, because to me, and I'm looking at, some actual, good property owners here in this audience that, take actual good pride in their work. And, I think it would be almost kind of a slap to the face to make them pay for a fee to have it come out inspected and everything, is good.
Well, I've had a few phone calls during the week. I've had some phone calls from some homeowners that do not take very good care of their property with some questions. And then I've had 5 other phone calls from other homeowners that either lived out of state or lived here in the city, and they thought it was an excellent idea, and they don't have a problem with the $100 fee because they said they could just raise the rent $100 a year. I mean,
Wow,
no.
wow, wow, wow.
But
Thank you, sir.
the initial inspection, the fee on that will cover the cost of the gas, will cover help paying for the inspector, will cover for the certifications that are sent out. And when you do an inspection, the homeowner or the agent will be there when you do the inspection, and they get a copy of every single thing that is inspected, and they get to keep a copy of that. So that kind of helps them, I think, in the future as well, if they have tenants that tend to not take care of the property that they want to take care of.
I understand, your logic of thinking. I don't agree on just, paying for an initial inspection. I think that, if they don't, if they have a bunch of minor and major infractions, certainly hit them with the fee. They don't schedule it, certainly hit them with the fee. And if they ignore you continuously, and do what we do with, other things, we put a penalty and then we put interest on it. But that's just how I would do it. Counselor Holloway?
I concur with, I don't know if they can hear me, but I concur with Mayor Parton in saying the same thing. There has to be a line drawn somewhere. We're taxpayers for a reason, and we're already paying taxes. I don't think we need to hit on and people are probably here tonight in regards to taxes right now. To add extra fees to a homeowner is just, it doesn't make sense. Again, to add issues with people not complying is one thing, and But to say, to pay for gas in the cars and vehicles that's provided by the city that's already been paying for tax dollars, I just think that is unnecessary.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Just to make sure that we have all of the information in regards to this, Mr. Ward, when there's other buildings that have to have occupancy certificates or other inspections, do they have to pay for those?
So if someone is seeking a certificate of occupancy, that's usually the result of going through a building permit process. So there's no specific fee associated with obtaining a CO, but there are fees associated with the process to get there.
To the permits and things like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So ultimately, to get one, you have to invest in money, right, for a building. The other part of this is not for homeowners. This is for businesses in terms of when you're leasing your property, you're not living there. You're using the funds as a profit for the most part, right? And so state law prohibits the city from issuing a business license to rental property owners, landlords, because of a caveat in the state code that explicitly says that real estate agencies and some other groups are given a special exception. So there is no other way for them to have to given the same treatment as others who have to go through the permit and fees process. So I just want everybody to remember that portion of it. This is not for the homeowner. It's for the landlord that is going to be using the site to deliver services that someone is paying for. And the other part of this, the whole purpose of the rental inspection program is to ensure that renters have their rights protected from bad landlords. People talk about slumlords all the time, and this is a way to protect people to make sure that they're not living in conditions that are unsanitary or unhealthy, but then also to ensure that their rights are not being violated by the landlords who are, again, recouping profit for them being there. So I would just keep that in perspective when we talk about this and think about, for one person, it might be a lot, but for those property owners who have hundreds of properties, 50 properties, it's a business. It's a business. Mm-hmm. And so that they're operating. And the other part is, just keep this in your mind as well. People complain about how Hopewell has a large renter population, right? People complain about the lack of home ownership in this city. One deterrent to keep allowing properties to keep turning to renters is to have things like this so that way people just come here and monopolize and create businesses for renting. And so I'm just put it into perspective when we talk about this. If someone can afford to have 200 properties and have a business without paying business licenses or permits, I'm sure they can pay $100 for initial inspection fee once every 4 years.
All right. Counselor Holloway?
You said once every 4 years besides when the people run out, but there's also, there's other fees that, one, I just still don't agree to that because everybody who's purchasing property or maybe just getting into purchasing property, whether they're renting it out or not, don't own 100 homes. Everybody doesn't own 100 homes. There are smaller businesses
No, sir.
that,
But if they own 2 homes
Right.
and they're renting them for $700 a month,
It's a business.
and they're also already paying taxes for those purposes and increased taxes because of what they're making. So you're now taking from business owners as well in regards to this. I just do not agree or understand for the life of me, if we are already being paid for taxes, why initiate a charge at the beginning? Everybody is not in a place to say that we are starting right now, personally, to do this. We're not starting off with 100 properties. And I'm saying that a person owning one house and living in another house that's still their small business, and there are so many taxes and fees with those businesses.
No, it's
To
not.
But
add-
it's not a business. They're
Right.
not a business.
They're
but you-
exempted.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
That's
You were just speaking
They're
to,
they're receiving funds for it, or they're bartering and they're trading
so
for
most
it,
pe-
which is business. But as Vice Mayor Gore said, if I own 2 houses and I own them myself and I am renting them out, I don't have to pay the city of Hopewell for a business license tax because I own them. So that money is mine, free and clear.
right, but there's taxes that you're paying on the money that you're making, which puts you in a different bracket, which those things are still increased. I still don't agree that we should be charging to initiate those inspections. However way you want to look at it. People work hard specifically for that purpose to get houses so that they can live day-to-day functionality and getting out of the rat race, if you would. And I just don't think already having to pay, they still pay taxes. They still pay
Yes, sir.
property taxes.
I've lived in the city of Hopewell
So
for
paying
54
those property
years.
taxes, none of it goes to the initiative that you're seeing right now?
Sir, I'm a citizen of the city of Hopewell. I have been since I was
understand.
18 years
My question
old.
on the floor is, does those property taxes go to the initiative that you're speaking of right now?
Well, the program was kind of dropped for a little while, so previous city council asked us to resurrect it. So we researched other localities that are near us and tried to adapt our ordinance
Yes,
to
understood.
some of those suggestions.
Understood. My question is, does the taxes that are paid, the property taxes, go towards helping to initiate the program that you're talking about right now? You collect property taxes, because you said there's no way. We're gonna charge a business license to them, but they pay property taxes, correct?
Yes.
The property taxes that the city collects, is it used for the purpose of paying for those type of initiatives that we're speaking of? Because protecting protecting tenants from slum landlords is one thing, but going after the landlords and charging them more fees is something different. So my question is, does the property taxes cover initiatives such as going to do those inspections?
I don't know. I cannot answer that question.
I can answer it
Because-
yes.
All right. Counselor Gore, and then we're going to move on to the next work session.
So, Madam City Manager, can you give us information regarding fees and permits related to operating a business?
Sure.
I think, again, the information is being not looked at in full. If you own a business that is a food cart in the city, you do pay personal property taxes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You also pay a business license, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You also pay meals and sales and all those other taxes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are a landlord in this city and you have 1 or 50 properties, you do pay property tax, right? Because you are owner of the property. Do you pay any other business-related taxes?
No, ma'am.
No, you do not. So it is not equitable. You do, it is not.
Hold
Please
on.
go ahead.
Hey, everybody, just calm down here for a second. Let Counselor Gore finish.
It is not. You need to get him.
So you'll have an opportunity to
Communication.
talk during communications from
But
citizens.
not about items on the agenda.
We're in a work session mode right now, and then we'll be going into our regular business meeting here shortly, once we finish our 2 work sessions. All right.
It is not equitable, is the point. When property taxes are paid, they go to the general fund. That money is distributed across the city's budget. The reason why you have not had money to get your additional code enforcement people and the resources to implement this program citywide is because council has not invested in using that personal property taxes that goes into the general fund and giving the positions. It's gone elsewhere. So that's one distinction that also needs to be made. And again, I'm just saying, in comparison to all the other businesses that function in this city, landlords are the one exception to the rules. And so I'm not understanding what the issue is with leveling across the board. So when I come in here with my food cart and I say, I pay this, I pay that, I pay this, I'm a struggling food cart person. I'm trying to get myself out of poverty. The same, whatever the story is, tell me how am I different than this landlord that has 100 properties? And so the whole point I'm trying to say is we talked about this as a leveling playing field to make sure that everyone is treated the same in terms of their business enterprise. But not only that, the consistent complaint in this city has been there are 2 mental rental properties. What are you guys doing about rental properties? There's not enough houses, homes, or apartments for people, townhouses for people to live in it. So this is one thing that was used as a deterrent to try to get a handle on that. There's so many blighted properties. What are you guys doing about how these houses look? Well, there's no one holding these rental properties accountable. So at the same time, you have to invest in trying to put resources and guidelines around the things that people are complaining about. And then also you having the funds to be able to support that effort. And so again, they're the exception to the other business fees that everyone else has to pay that operates a business. And so I would just ask the manager to pull that information for us to make an informed decision. If the majority of council says waive it, fine, it is what it is. I just want to make sure that we all understand the history, why it's like that, and then also the other businesses that are forced to pay multiple taxes and fees, in which this particular group of citizens or owners, because a lot of landlords are not in Virginia, let alone live in Hopewell, which is an issue that we have when it comes to our spotlight ordinances. When we talk about trying to address vacant and dilapidated buildings, staff can never get in touch with them because they're in New York, they're in Kentucky, they're in Alabama. That's another issue because there's no accountability there. So to have that information, I think would be great for us to make an informed decision. Whatever the majority decides to do is what they decide to do. But I think it's helpful for people to put that all into perspective.
Might I say one more thing?
Okay.
In the last year and a half since I've been the rental property inspector, I've been in areas all over the city of Hopewell. I've been in homes where families lived there, and they had not had a heating system in 7 years. They were using space heaters in every single room or transferring them around in the hallway so they could sleep at night in the bedroom and closing the bedroom doors off. You know why? The landlord, they paid their money every single month. They paid their rent. But the landlord didn't fix the leak because they paid the rent because they didn't have anywhere else to go. He knew they couldn't afford to go anywhere else. So they're scared. They don't want to tell anybody what they're living in and how they're living because they don't want their landlord to come back and ridicule them or put them out or kick them out because they're complaining about it. So if we have a system that can show us these are rental properties, and I know there are some really awesome rental agencies out there and homeowners, but the opposite end of it is what is overrunning us right now. And if we find out who they are, and we tell them we have to do this, and we have to get that first inspection, and this is how much it is in order for us to be able to keep up with everything and make sure these people are living the way they're supposed to be living.
All right.
Councilor.
Yeah, go. Counselor Joyner and then Counselor Holloway.
I would just like to say thank you, Ms. Loving, for your presentation. Clearly, there's a difference of opinion here on this one particular issue, this registration fee. I think it would probably be useful to actually, I would like to know how much money you'd be raising if you assessed all these. You know what I mean? How much money are we even talking? So it seems to me that that's the point of contention. Clearly, we need a rental inspection program. I don't think anybody up here believes otherwise, because we do want to avoid the kinds of things that you just described. But I would just perhaps you can go back to the drawing board a little bit, take a look at this, and then come back and maybe perhaps talk to some of the counselors, and obviously perhaps Vice Mayor Gore may get some more information, may be able to craft an argument that would be a little stronger than right now. But anyway, I wanted to just say thank you, and I just think we need to move forward and let Ms. Loving relax for a second here. And thank you so much for all your hard work. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
I still hear the statement. I want to make it clear that I'm 1,000% for the program. I specifically and only discussed the fee for the inspection. Also, by not having the ability to gain a business license, that eliminates certain type of tax loopholes, or, so forth and so on. When you own a business, and it's a business, there's literally so many things that you can write off that is not privy to those homeowners. So there's checks and balances. It's not a system that's just created, but I want to make it clear, I'm not against the program. I just specifically talked about that fee for the inspection. We call inspectors out all the time. It's just that inspection. I am 1,000% for making sure that landlords are doing what they're supposed to do when they're supposed to be doing it. I'm only talking about that particular fee.
All right, moving on to the next work session. Ms. Smith, the loitering ordinance.
At the request of City Council, I drafted a proposed loitering ordinance. I believe this has been before City Council previously, and the loitering ordinance as presented to you all is divided into 3 sections. The first one is Section A. It gives the definitions that are required by the statute. You have a definition for the act of loitering. You have a definition for what is a public place. And then you have a definition for a place that is open to the public, but is not necessarily owned publicly. For example, a store parking lot. Those would be the 3 definitions that comprise Section A. Then we would go to Section B, which would list the prohibited conduct. And it also provides the state statute, which is Virginia Code Section 15.2-926, which provides cities and counties with the authority to create ordinances around loitering. It also establishes what prohibited conduct specifically that the ordinance talks about. The first is any interference or impeding or hindering the free passage of pedestrian or vehicular traffic, to threaten or to do physical harm to the property of another member of or members of public, to threaten or to do physical harm to another member or a member of the public, any words, acts, or conduct that is a clear and present danger to the breach of peace or disorderly conduct, engaging in acts or illicit displays of public nudity, refusing to move on when requested by a police officer, or returning to after having been told to move on, provided that that public officer has exercised his or her discretion reasonably under the circumstances in order to preserve and promote public peace and order. And the last section of the proposed ordinance deals with violations and penalties. It classifies any violations of this ordinance as a Class 3 misdemeanor, according to the Virginia Code, which does not include any jail time, but includes a fine only.
All right. At this time, are there any questions for Ms. Smith?
Do you have a question?
Okay. Vice Mayor Gore?
When this was first brought up in terms of a solution, it was particular in downtown
Yes,
in regards to the homeless population.
correct.
So the concern or question I have in regards to the public spaces, as we talked before, that's a mixed-use area.
Right.
Council has a request recently to approve another mixed-use building.
Yes,
So for the public who doesn't understand what I mean when I say mixed use, it's residential at the top, business at the bottom. And so some people who live in those types of properties outside of the business on the bottom, they have chairs. They might have other things where they're outside of their residential place and congregate. So then my question is in regards to that, could it be construed that if they have chairs they've always had out there, would that be construed as blocking a public area?
The way that this reads, no. And the way that I've drafted it, it's very specific on its face. So if a police officer was to come to a person who is just sitting in their chair lounging outside of their apartment, which is a mixed-use apartment, it doesn't fall within the prohibited conduct that's listed in Section B. They would not have been told to move on by the officer because they have a lawful right to be in that space. So if you look at the subsections, which is, I think, B, 2, A through F. A through F, none of the prohibited conduct are listed in your example. So it would literally be someone who is creating a breach of the peace, disorderly conduct, blocking the flow of folks walking up and down the sidewalk, blocking cars from moving freely up and down the road, threatening someone else with bodily harm or multiple members of the public with bodily harm. Those are specifically listed in the ordinance because there's been case law which says that a municipality cannot just make illegal loitering. It has to specifically say what the behavior is inside of the ordinance. So that's why those specific behaviors are listed out for everyone.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Excuse me. Any other questions? All right. Seeing no lights, we're going to move on to our regular meeting. We'll call this regular meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilor Joyner,
Here.
Councilor Harris,
Here.
Mayor Parton,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denson,
Here.
Councilor Pelham, and Councilor Holloway.
Here.
All right. At this time, we will have prayer by Reverend Danny Tucker and the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilor Holloway. Please rise.
Shall we bow our heads, please? Most gracious Heavenly Father, we praise you and we thank you, dear Lord, for you are the creator of all the earth. O Lord, we thank you for our city of Hopewell, and we thank you, Lord, for our members of City Council who have committed themselves, Lord, to the difficult task of government. Bless them, O Lord, with love for our city. Bless them, Lord, with the courage to do those things which are good and right. Bless them, O Lord, with unity to work together. And bless them, Father, with wisdom, so that they might govern in a manner which brings glory and honor to your name. We praise you in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda? Councilor Denton?
Yes, I would like to amend the regular agenda and add R4 to have a motion to pass the watering ordinance.
Okay. Did Did you also want to move the communications from citizens up?
Oh, yeah, I can do that too. I'll just add that one. We'd like to move up the communications from citizens. Right after the
Presentation?
information.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Right after the information presentations, we'll have the citizens' communications.
All right, I'll second that. All right, is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passed for the citizens to be moved up and also for the loitering ordinance 5-0.
Okay. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
All right, is there a second? I'll second it. Roll call, please.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
No.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
and Councilor Holloway.
Yes. Okay, moving on along, presentations, Dr. Paul Reynolds and the Planning Commission. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor Parton, Vice Mayor Gore, and esteemed councilors. I'm Paul Reynolds. I am the current chairman of the Planning Commission, which is a commission appointed by all of you to advise you in accordance with state law on land use in the city of Hopewell. Do I have control over the laptop here, or is, who's? Thank you. So, there's lots to cover and not time to cover it, so I will try to keep this relatively short. I distributed a 5-page annual report to you from the Planning Commission 2 weeks ago, a written report. I hope all of you received it and were able to read it ahead of time. What I plan to do, as you see here, is to discuss the current status of the Planning Commission, to talk about some of our accomplishments and about our plans for this year. The first thing about the status of the Planning Commission can be kept brief. The state law that creates and empowers planning commissions requires that there be at least 5 members on the Planning Commission. In the past year, we have had 4 and at times only 3 members on the Planning Commission. I've been advised by Mr. Ward that people could actually object to results coming from the Planning Commission because we are not staffed at the level that state law requires. And so I implore you to find among the citizens that you know people who are willing to serve on the Planning Commission and be appointed by you to it, so that we can get our representation up to at least 5 members. In the past year, we have been very busy. One of the things I did as chair is institute work sessions before every Planning Commission meeting, and we have been looking at a number of topics that we might not otherwise have gotten into during regular meetings. We've been looking at capital improvement plan recommendations, which is a duty of the Planning Commission to do on your behalf and report to you about it. We have looked at accessory dwelling units. We have looked at the rather large Anchor Point planned unit development amendments. I'll talk about that briefly. Fair housing impediment study and things that you see listed here on this slide. We've spent a lot of time on many of these topics. Because of time limitations, I'm only going to talk about 2.5 of these, but I'm perfectly willing to answer any questions that you have on any of the items that you see on this slide. This is what we've been doing in the last year. I'll start with accessory dwelling units. Starting at the national level, definitely at the state level, comments by our governor in the last couple of months, it is clear that there is pressure on localities to provide more housing. The state legislature has looked extensively at accessory dwelling units. You can see the typical definition here. It is a dwelling unit that may be interior to an existing residence, or it may be a detached dwelling unit set out on the same property, but in a separate building. And so we talk about detached and interior dwelling units. The reason to consider these, of course, is pressure from the state, for one thing, but also because accessory dwelling units are seen as a quick path to affordable housing. Because people who have excess space in their homes can carve up part of it and rent out part of the space, for example. Another is support for an aging population. I am a baby boomer. I'm in the generation where we are a bubble in the population, and it shows clearly that there's going to be a lot of concern about health care for people and care for people in this baby boomer generation. But really, affordable housing is the big issue here that we need to be addressing. Your Planning Commission has been looking at all of the details of this. We have looked at the decisions that have been considered in other states. We've looked at the law that's in Florida that mandates ADUs throughout Florida. We have looked at what Fairfax County has done. We have looked at a report that was commissioned by the state legislature 2 years ago, studying ADUs and making recommendations statewide about what to do about accessory dwelling units. I'm not going to discuss all these points you see on the slide, but it gives you a sense of the kinds of questions that need to be addressed as we talk about accessory dwelling units. There are many things to discuss here. If each of these items on this slide had only one of two answers, each of them, there's still over 1 million possible outcomes of answering these 20 items you see on this slide. So there are lots of things to be discussed. We have been discussing accessory dwelling units in the Planning Commission for the last 6 months. And we're making great progress on it, but we still have a ways to go. I would like to point out at this opportunity, you see it on the very, very bottom line there, mobile or manufactured homes. There is a new state law that just went on the books that requires communities like Hopewell to consider the use of manufactured homes to address affordable housing. We have to incorporate it into our comprehensive plan by state law, and we have to actually consider the use of these. Mr. Ward will tell you he's receiving brochures already from the manufacturers of manufactured homes. This is state law. I'm not sure where it came from. You can imagine as well as I might, but that is required now of all communities. The second thing I want to talk about very briefly is the Planning Commission has been taking its charge based on state law seriously to bring recommendations to you for the capital improvement program. Basically, what the Planning Commission should be doing is taking the comprehensive plan and looking at all of the implementation suggestions in the comprehensive plan, trying to prioritize them on your behalf and bringing them to you for your consideration. And that's what we've been doing for the last 10 months now. I stood out in front of the Beacon Theater last Friday from approximately 11:30 a.m. to 11:50 a.m., actually 11:48 a.m., I believe, and took these photographs. These are trucks that I deemed were traveling through Hopewell with no business to conduct in Hopewell. Just these photographs. I did not photograph trucks that had Roberts Oxygen and various other tanker trucks that I assumed may be going to our local industries. These are trucks I deemed, including the 4 log trucks, that were passing through Hopewell in a period of 18 minutes on Randolph Road. As a result of this, the Planning Commission has spent a lot of time studying our comprehensive plan and making sure we fully understand it. I assigned reading to my fellow commissioners, and we came to work sessions having studied individual sections of the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan places high priority on what you see here. The reality is that the city's major entrance corridors lack a consistent right-of-way improvements, and regional truck traffic is an issue on Route 10. The comp plan, I've put it in the box below. It starts with the number 5, specifically spells out getting these through trucks off of Randolph Road, off of Route 10. They are extremely disruptive to conducting business and getting pedestrians across the street in downtown Hopewell. You know, they are a threat to the survival of small businesses that are attempting to operate in the core downtown area. So the first recommendation for the capital improvement program from your planning commission is to conduct a preliminary engineering study to reroute trucks through downtown Hopewell. This recommendation has been brought to the city for over 15 years, and no one has acted on it in any way whatsoever. State law, I have found, I've been communicating with people at the Virginia Department of Transportation, state law allows you to put on your agenda and vote tonight to stop through traffic on Randolph Road, and you don't have to answer to anybody else. I have been sent the state code that allows you to do that. You have that power. Localities can stop through truck traffic on roads in their community, period. The most viable alternative, two alternatives have been studied in the past, using 6th Street and going all the way down Winston Churchill to 295 and then back up towards Enon. The latter looks like the better approach, and that is what your planning commission is recommending that you explore as part of the capital improvement program to allocate funds to do this. We recognize that there are issues relating to residences and Carter Woodson School, but I would point out the comprehensive plan also includes extensive implementation plans to renovate the control of traffic and allowing pedestrians to cross Oak Lawn and Winston Churchill Drive in the vicinity of Carter Woodson School. So that's also in the comprehensive plan. So that needs to be looked at. But it's been 15 years that this has been before us and no one has acted on it. It is disruptive to development in the downtown area. The second thing we're recommending is that the capital improvement program include a preliminary engineering study for installing at least 2 pedestrian priority crosswalks across Randolph Road, one in the vicinity of the hospital and one in the vicinity of the Beacon Theater. One of the reasons for this is that we have transportation alternative funding in hand. Right now, our city engineer is currently looking for proposals to implement this shared use path along Randolph Road on the hospital and Beacon Theater side. This will be a shared bicycle and pedestrian use path, and these crosswalks would complement that shared use path very well. They would allow people at the hospital, in the vicinity of the hospital, to get across Randolph Road without getting run over by log trucks, and they would allow people in the vicinity of the Beacon Theater to get across. We need to be able to enable people on the municipal building side of Randolph Road to be able to get across to the downtown area without being threatened by the traffic that is currently on Randolph Road. Note, please, that these are pedestrian controlled crosswalks. If you drive along Route 5 into Richmond and you know where the Capitol Trail Bikeway is, VDOT has put in these beautiful crosswalks where the bicyclists control the traffic. They push a button, the traffic stops. Okay, and that's what we're recommending to the city of Hopewell for along Randolph Road in order to facilitate pedestrian crossing of Randolph Road in a safe way. The comp plan clearly calls for this kind of activity to encourage pedestrian activity in the downtown area. Finally,
Dr. Reynolds, you got 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Ooh. All right. Finally, we are recommending that we install an EV chargers. There's a federal infrastructure plan of funds to pay for this. This can become a moneymaker for the city. It can make the city a destination for people who are buying ever-increasing numbers of electric vehicles to be able to come to Hopewell, charge their vehicles, and the city charges an electric rate charge and gets money in its coffers from these electric chargers. This is a win situation for the city. That's our third recommendation. You'll have to pay an upfront cost of about $8,000 per charger, and then they start making money for the city. All right. I strongly encouraged in my written comments, and I do here, more collaboration between City Council and the Planning Commission. We are looking at a large number of issues. I'm using as an example here the Anchor Point PUD amendment, where we drew about 50 people to come out and make comments about those amendments. I came to the city council meeting and there were fewer than 10 who showed up. Either we did a very good job or I'm not sure what's going on, but you didn't hear what we heard. And it's important that you do, and we're suggesting that you might want to take the suggestion at the bottom of the slide, which I won't elaborate on because it's in my written report and it's here on the slide also. Finally, our planned activities. We have to review our city's comprehensive plan this year. It's state law that we have to do it. We really need your input on what changes you want to this comprehensive plan, which is a city council approved comprehensive plan. We need to know what changes you want to it. We also need to update ordinances relating to development and land use. Both of these things are going to require city funding. The Planning Commission and Mr. Ward's office can't do this alone. Cities around the Commonwealth spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on these two activities. You know, I've talked to other Planning Commission members. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on this. So it's going to require outside consultants. Now, Mr. Ward has found that there are people who can do a zoning and comprehensive plan diagnostic for $35,000, which is a bargain. And it will take us a long ways towards being able to do the rewrite of our comp plan and writing of our ordinances. So I'd like to ask you to consider that when he brings that forward to you.
All right. Is
Thank
there
you.
any questions for Dr. Reynolds?
I have one.
Okay. Mr. Harris?
I see where you have number 3 item where you want to install pedestrian control high visibility crosswalks across Randolph Road in the downtown area.
Yes, sir.
Have you given any consideration to high visibility crosswalks outside of downtown, also on Randolph Road?
The Planning Commission believes that it is, we have to come to you with a relatively small set of recommendations at a time. I can't imagine any other member of the Planning Commission to objecting to what you just proposed. All the members of the Planning Commission are very much in support of pedestrian access across roadways. And so there are no proposals for this year. I can't imagine that any of my colleagues on the Planning Commission would object to that in any way whatsoever, knowing the discussions that we've had.
Okay. Just saw another light. Was it Councilor Joyner?
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but I would just like to comment and say that I really commend Dr. Reynolds. I commend Chris Ward for this comprehensive annual report. It's really an exceptional document, and I would just like to say thank you.
We're trying to do our job for you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. To echo the same sentiments of Counselor Joyner, really do appreciate you taking a very proactive approach to the Planning Commission and keeping in good communication with us.
Absolutely.
All right. Moving on to communications from citizens. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Counselor Denton.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to extend our meeting until we finish R4 on our agenda.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Vice Mayor Gore. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes. Okay. Communications from citizens. Can you please read the statement?
A communication from citizens period, limited in total time to 30 minutes, is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name and, if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a body, and any questions must be asked through the mayor only. Also, there should be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council. See Rules 405 and 406.
All right, first person that I have on the list is Philip Hughes.
Good evening, City Council. Mayor, I'd like to petition that I can speak on a item that is on the agenda tonight about the no loitering.
Probably
Oh,
make a
yeah,
motion to
yeah.
waive the rules.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we waive the rules to allow speaking on subjects that are on the agenda.
Thank you.
tonight.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, motion's been properly made by Counselor Denton and seconded by Counselor Holloway. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
and Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that. My name is Philip Hughes. I'm a business owner in Ward 1 and just want to lend, first off, by saying thank you. We showed up about a couple months ago, a whole row of business owners and residents came to City Council and informed you guys of an issue you already knew that was happening. That was that we had a big issue with loitering downtown. I think it's something that's happening throughout the city, but downtown it was a big issue. So we just want to thank you guys for considering the issue. I think Jasmine Gore really hit it right on the nail about asking the attorney about some reservations that the council has had, that it's not going to affect the residents that actually live there. It's more going to be affecting the people who are actually causing the problems. So I know that's just me up here tonight, but I promise you the entire city of Hopewell will be applauding if we can get that done tonight. The second thing I'd like to say is to address what Mr. Paul Reynolds says about the trucks on Route 10. The Downtown Partnership is working tirelessly to be able to connect downtown and really be able to grow a source of revenue for the city. Because one of the things that you may not realize is business owners will open these businesses up. They pay taxes for machinery, they pay food taxes, and we don't receive the benefits of the taxes. Our kids go to schools in other counties. We don't really drive on the roads much, but we want to be a part of the community. And by having the downtown area as a source of revenue, it actually lifts a burden off of the residents and be able to provide you more funding. And we all believe that removing the trucks off of Route 10 will be a huge part of that. Lastly, I would like to speak on about the $100 fee for the rentals. As a property owner down here in Hopewell that has mixed use, that has residents, I think sometimes there is this perspective of how much money we actually make. The average price of Hopewell to purchase right now is about $185,000. That's a mortgage payment of $966. If you include the $1,500 a year that you pretty much pay for personal property tax, it brings you up, and then you have to pay insurance and everything else. So that brings you to roughly about $1,100 to $1,200 a month of a mortgage payment. The average rent for a nice property down here is about $1,500. So if you factor in the HVAC system going out every 7 years, a new roof that has to be put on every 30 years, new paint, carpet, everything, you're talking about a profit of maybe $200 to $300 if you're really lucky and got a good contractor. And by this, we are providing good, affordable housing for your residents. And like I said before, we're paying taxes, but do not receive the benefits. So I know we don't pay the business tax and all the other stuff. We are paying $1,500 a year for schools, for roads, for water, for infrastructure that a lot of us don't own and even use. Like she said before, that there's a lot of people live in Alabama, Kentucky, and Texas that aren't actually able to benefit from the taxes that they use. I would really push you guys to increase that to 4-year mark. I really thank you.
Thank you. All right, next person is Jacqueline Sullivan.
Hi, I live in Ward 3. I actually originally came here to discuss the personal property tax bill with you all. I did not know that this was on the agenda about the rental and the affordability, and that actually really touched home with me. I am a senior mortgage processor in Petersburg. I work for a CDFI credit union. So to touch on the personal property taxes, to me, it all really comes together as affordability. Where Hopewell used to be an affordable city, and the $1,500 for rent, that is real and it is astronomical. When I rented in this city just in 2018, it was $700. We have more than doubled. I can give you all the statistics. I can talk to you about the taxes, which can all be found in an email that I sent to you. So I request that you share that with everyone so you can see about the personal property taxes itself. But to touch on the taxes that the people that own properties, because again, I do those loans. If you as a business owner want to be lendable, to purchase the homes, to be able to provide housing in the city of Hopewell, you have to claim that income. Again, what little income you do make. So you are paying those taxes. And he really knocked it out of the park. They do pay the taxes in this city. And I didn't hear anyone complaining other than about the fee. Why should we pay extra and again, I don't own rental property. I just own other real estate. But they should not be penalized for owning property. Additionally, for all the taxes they're already paying. Penalize them if they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Penalize them if they're a slumlord. But don't penalize them for creating affordable homeownership in a city that is no longer unaffordable. It is completely unaffordable to live here. And back to the property taxes. I know a lot of people are here for that as well, and I would like to stress that it's not about the rate that you all did not decrease in August. It's about the value. You are capitalizing on a falsely inflated market. We had a national vehicle shortage for whatever reasons the government say, but the truth of the matter is we were suffering from a shortage of vehicles, which falsely inflated our vehicle values, which also falsely inflated the property values, which they're paying the taxes for this year. And we're being penalized as a city for something we didn't gain from citizens, but we didn't gain from at all. So you as a city are increased, it was on your minutes, August 25th, you were informed by the Commissioner of the Revenue that the city would see an estimated $2 million increase in personal property tax revenue. $2 million. So my question to the City Council is, what are you going to use that money for? Is it going to be for this? Then why are we asking for an extra $100? That doesn't make sense to me. And I also actually have another legitimate question. If you're able to answer, I'm not sure. This is my first time here. Just a yes or no. The bike lanes that are being put throughout the entire city of Hopewell, is that funding from grants or is that funding from taxes?
So for the bike lane project, it's a mixture of both.
It's a mixture of both. Do we have the number of how much the citizens' taxes are going towards the bike lanes?
I'm sure Dr. Maker can get that number to you.
That would be phenomenal. Because my biggest concern is, and I would love to see the statistics if anybody knows, how many people in our city are suffering from not having a bike lane, but how many people have died within the last 30 days for violence? Can't that money be used towards police officers? Because I'm sure it's not, $47,000 was the starting rate for a police officer in the city of Hopewell? I'm sorry, $49,059.48. And I'm sure a bike lane costs a lot more than that. But I know you're not going to lower the rate, and I know you're not going to use appropriate values. So my request actually for the citizens is to use a payment plan solution, a 12-month payment plan, essentially as an escrow for your personal property taxes. Again, I do lending for a living, so year after year for the last 8 years, our citizens and the citizens of Petersburg come to us, the credit unions, requesting loans to pay their personal property taxes. So they're paying interest on loans to pay their personal property taxes they already can't afford. So I think it would be a fair shot to your citizens as we're suffering through a recession and inflation to give them a fair chance to pay the inflated values.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank
you. Next person is Drew Dayberry.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the project going on at the Marine Store. I just want to say how much I am a fan of that project. We haven't spoken about it tonight yet, so I feel like I'm going out of turn a little bit. But I just want to stress how excited I am as a private citizen of Ward 1 to see some spaces being filled with new apartments and commercial properties. My parents have lived in a J.D. Lewis property for years, and while I don't want them moving any closer to me, I'm excited to have some great apartments for my friends and other family to move into. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'll just scratch your name off the public hearing list. All right. Next person, your handwriting got smeared a little bit, but it looks like Betty. Okay, yes.
Yes, my name is Betty Thorpe. I'm in District Ward 3. Mr. Warren, I voted you when you came in so you will listen to people, the community, or what they say about different things. And mine's similar to what this lady just talked about, personal property taxes. I'm a senior citizen. Most senior citizens live on a fixed income.
Absolutely.
Okay, my rates have gone crazy from what I'm paying personal property taxes this year. Even though my car is an older car, still the taxes have gone crazy. And when you're in that situation, which a lot of people in my district where I live are having a hard time paying these personal property taxes. And I just wanted to know why, when you're 65 and older, why don't we have some kind of discount knowing how hard it is us for fixed income?
Well, if you're asking a question, to answer your question, I don't think we've explored that option, but I'm sure that that's something that we as a council can look into.
I would appreciate that because it really is a lot of people in my senior community are really struggling because they live on a fixed income. And when you're at that age one day, you'll see it's a whole lot different.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next is Deborah Loftus. Sorry if I mispronounced it.
I just want to start by thanking you all for being here and listening to our comments about all of these issues tonight. And I wanted to speak about the inspection fee and the inspection. My first question was, and this is rhetorical, I'm not really sure about why these two districts were selected in Hopewell. They by far are not the worst districts in the city. There are houses all over the city that need inspections. And also, there are many houses that are rental properties that indeed are in disrepair. But what about the houses that are owner-occupied, that are in disrepair, or the vacant properties that are in disrepair? I know that a lot of people can't afford to have the repairs they need done. I didn't know if the city has any kind of program that people can apply for help to rehabilitate their properties. I know some other counties do. I'm not sure about if it is in Hopewell. And then the other thing is, I know maybe you don't understand how rental properties work and why it's a business and why it's different than a food truck. And I'll just explain to you how it's different than a food truck. When you are a customer, you can go up to a certain business and you can use that business and you can pay your money. And you go in and you order your food and you pay for it and you get it. Well, I've had tenants living in my houses for 5, 6, 7 months and not paying. And it takes time to evict them. I try to work with people. I don't just kick them out. But I've had them leave, and I've had them leave with holes in the wall, scratches on the floor. I've paid $5,000 to $10,000 in between tenants just to get the place rentable again. Then it takes me sometimes 2, 3, 4 months to find a decent tenant who's going to take care of my property. So I understand that some people are in houses and there are leaks in the roof and there's no heating. But there are ways the tenants can handle that. They go to the court and they put their rent in escrow. and then they don't pay the landlord. It's legal. So maybe the answer is to educate tenants on their rights, because by far that is unconscionable that landlords let tenants live like that, for sure. Nobody wants to see people living like that. I personally, as a landlord, I try not to raise the rents. I have tenants that lived 10 years on my property, I didn't touch their rent. But now with the insurance going up, taxes going up, I've had to raise rent. I try to do it very moderately because I provide housing for people, and I understand what it's like to not be able to afford where you live. So those are the things I wanted to say, and I mean, the $100 to have the inspection, like you said, it's a punishment. I see it as a punishment. And Mr. Mayor, you said if they fail the inspection, then hit them with the fee. Hitting, that's a punishment. That's a punishment word. So if people, I understand, it used to be if they came out and they inspected and they found something wrong, they would do a re-inspection. If it was okay, no fee. But if they had to come back a second time, yes, there should be a fee. Because sometimes we didn't know something was against the code or it was a problem until the inspector came and said this. And remember, too, the landlord has to be there for the inspection. Now they have to take a day off from work to be there for that inspection. Most people don't have 50 properties or managers to take care of all that. They've got to do it themselves. So just if they can consider that, and I'm sorry, Ms. Loving didn't stay to hear all these comments that we have about this program. I hope that maybe you can tell her what we said. I know it's a problem, and there's got to be a solution, but maybe in a more positive way. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Stacy English.
Good evening, members of council, Dr. Manker and city staff. I am not talking about the rental inspection program. I have a different comment about economic development. As some of you know, I am a proud lifelong resident of Hopewell. I graduated from Hopewell High School in 2011, and after graduation from JMU, came back to work for the Hopewell Downtown Partnership, and then the City of Hopewell working in economic development. Because the city was not ready to invest in a full-time economic development position, I have since moved on and work for nearby localities while maintaining my residence and passion for the city. I was excited to see the announcement of the city hiring an economic development and tourism director. I think that the city has neglected economic development for long enough. However, the new director, and any city staff for that matter, will only be as strong as the resources and support provided to them. In the past 5 to 10 years, many high investment development projects were turned down or delayed by city council that would have catalyzed development throughout the city. We cannot continue to push away valuable investments because of infighting and unfounded mistrust. Underlying any successful economic development program is good public policy. Local governments serve as a fundamental role in facilitating job creation and investment by both maintaining and enhancing a pro-business climate and by supporting economic development activities. Public policy choices made by government entities drive the business climate that determines the attractiveness of a particular locality to business prospects. This climate is essential to continued success in promoting economic prosperity, broadening the tax base, and enhancing a locality's economic stability and quality of life. I think that we can all agree that we could stand to enhance our economic stability and quality of life here in Hopewell. I encourage City Council to further their knowledge of economic development practices and to work hand in hand with the new Economic Development and Tourism Director. I would also like to see Council thoroughly consider bold projects that will help to catalyze development throughout the city. I appreciate your dedication to our city and hope that it's in a better place after your terms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. So I think some of you guys decided to or signed up on the wrong sheet for the public hearing. So I'm just going to read through your name, and if you want to do communications from citizens, feel free to come up. If you're speaking on the public hearing, which is on the old Hopewell Marine Building at 101 South Main Street, then that will be the next item of business. But this is just communications from citizens, not the public hearing. Heather Line. You do want, so you want to speak on communication from citizens as well? Sure, yeah.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City staff. Thank you for having all of us and hearing the comments. I just wanted to speak out kind of in support of a couple things that have been brought up this evening. One, the loitering issue in downtown. That is something that a lot of the business owners have been struggling with. So I think I've had conversations with, most of you on the side or been involved in helping to call meetings on those topics. So thank you for taking that into consideration. I also wanted to support what Stacy English just said. As the Hopewell Downtown Partnership Director, we've been trying to really improve and strengthen the reputation that Hopewell has as a pro-business environment. And we've been doing a lot of tireless work there. So thank you for moving forward with hiring an Economic Development Director. I think that's huge for the city, and I look forward to working with them. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Marcia Lowe. Oh, okay. Jerry Broughton. Calvin Sullivan. No? Okay, man. Mike Jackson. No? Okay. Brian Cooks.
I just signed in, but if I have time to speak, I just want to say that I'm totally against the rental program. I don't think we need it. There's other measures in place that could be taken by the city and by the tenants. The city already has code people. They could just drive around looking for obvious violations. That's number one. And as the other person said, the tenants can put their money in escrow if there's a problem. So maybe you guys should focus on the education, because it sounds like you guys tried it in the past and it didn't work. It sounds like it was a total failure. So I don't think you're going to have as much success again the second time around. There's a lot more I could say, but I'll just leave my time for other people to talk to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Julia Roberts. I was gonna say, I don't think the actress is here. All right. Moving on to, I think it's Tisha Michelle. Okay. Robert Wood. No? Okay. Ann Wood. No? Okay. Brandon Cushing. No? Barbara Vest. Paul Loftus. Okay. Is this Montello Chambers? Okay.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mr. Chambers. I actually work for the operations building for the City of Petersburg. I'm the assistant manager over top of all the buildings. I currently reside in Ward 1, and what I've been dealing with recently was had a lot of houses with a lot of crime on my street, with probably about three. We had 3 people die within the last 6 months of me moving here. And what I would like to keep funding for is for the task force. I reached out to the chief of police on Facebook, and he actually told me he could not help me at the time. This was 6 months prior to all the violence that has gone on for the city of Hopewell. I'm hoping that you guys keep funding for the task force program because that's one thing that he said that he wished that he had funding for to combat some of the crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that didn't sign in that would like an opportunity to speak? Yes, sir. State your name and which ward you live in.
Thank you. I appreciate it. My name is Randy Horner. I'm actually a graduate of Hopewell High School myself. Now, I don't live in Hopewell anymore. I live right across the bridge in Enon. But I do own a couple of properties here. So my main thing is I'm talking about the rental program. I don't think we need it because some people said we already have a way to put money in escrow if a tenant's not happy. They can call the city themselves and have an inspector come out if there's an issue. Another thing, Section 8, if you have properties in Section 8, they already do yearly inspections. So I don't think that's something we needed. And another thing nobody mentioned tonight is a lot of people for the last couple of years, we could not evict tenants if they were not paying. So the state of Virginia was supposed to pay with COVID rent relief. I personally am still owed $13,000 from the state of Virginia that has never come through. So I have not evicted those tenants who were not paying because of COVID. So me as a property owner, this is kind of a rhetorical question, but what am I supposed to do when we're told we have no control of our property and the state doesn't pay? So those are some kind of things that if you want us to start paying for fees, but the state of Virginia doesn't do what they say they're going to do, I think personally for me and what I do is an issue. Because we're supposed to upkeep buildings and keep them in shape, but if the state doesn't hold their word, it puts us in a bad spot. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to our public hearings. Oh, sure.
Point of information.
I'm not quite sure what ward I'm in. I have a comment on the loitering. I think that is a good idea. I'm glad that that will be implemented. I also have some comments in regards to the rental program. Like others in the audience, I feel like it's a waste of time. There are measures already in place, and I just feel like it's a way for the city to bring in income. I feel like it's going to be unfair. It's going to be unjust. It's always going to be in the inspector's favor. I feel like it's never going to be in the landlord's favor. And I feel like you're going to put people in a situation to where they're going to want to move. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record one more time?
Frazier, Rebecca.
Rebecca Frazier, okay. Is there anyone else that, yes, sir.
Paul Ward, I'm selling property. Well, I actually live in Enon, like the other gentleman. So I don't know. I know I met this lady come around the house one time, so I'm part of Ward 1. But according to the rental program here, if it does get implicated, are y'all gonna provide a list for us so that we know what we're not violating, so we don't risk a second inspection, or that could be construed this way, or when the house is been open for years, do we all of a sudden have to bring it up to the codes of today? You know, if there's no remodel, nothing done to the house?
I think the best person to ask that question would be Mr. Ward or Miss Loving, but she's not here right now. So I'd recommend tomorrow to give their office a call.
Okay.
And then ask them that specific question.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dan.
Yes, sir. Is there anybody else that? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Berlin Curtis. I live in Woodlawn section of Hopewell. I don't know what ward it is. I own one piece of property in Hopewell. And of course, I had the same question about, is there a list of what needs to be met on rental property so that we would know how to bring it up? The second thing I have is that if there is a complaint by the tenant It would seem like that there should be a line that they could call and make a complaint, then there should be an inspection. But if the tenants are happy and the landlord is happy, then I don't think inspection is necessary. And that's my opinion. But if there is a complaint and the people are afraid that they're going to be evicted because of complaining, then maybe it should be an anonymous type complaint that they don't have, you don't have to be told who complained, but somebody complained about your property, and then there could be an inspection. But as far as a fee for the inspection, I don't think that's fair. I also agree with other people that have stated that, yes, we pay taxes. It costs a lot of money to keep rental property up in good shape, and, anything could go wrong, and you spend many hours taking care of fixing the property and repairing it and keeping your tenants happy so that they will pay the rent. Anyway, that's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
My name is Jerry Nichols. I live in Ward 3. I have a concern about the rental program also, the rental inspections. I own property in Ward 1. It's a visible property, which means it's on Appomattox Street.
Okay.
Those houses are always targeted because there's a traffic flow all the time, I guess by city inspectors. The program has failed in the past. They always start with Ward 1. And as Vice Mayor Gore mentioned earlier, our city is divided into 4 sections. It's in Ward 1. Those owners of houses there are scrutinized to the nth degree. It never gets to Ward 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It always starts with Ward 1. Why can't we start with Ward 7? Those houses probably have never been inspected. Instead of starting every time it starts in City Point. And the other thing concerns the property tax. I've spoken with Mr. Parton about this. We knew those inflated rates, those inflated values were going to be reflected in the tax bills. It's my understanding that other localities who had more compassion for the citizenry, they reduced the rate to help compensate so the tax bill would not be outrageous. And I think that's what needs to be done. Even though the bills have been sent out, there can be an adjustment made, because that's just not fair. I have a 6-year-old car that went up double, almost double. It's ridiculous. I'll sell it to any of you who will pay me what the city says it's worth. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to public hearings. Mr. Ward? Oh, I'm sorry.
I had a point of information I'd asked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can stand there. I have a point of information for the attorney and manager, and I'd like to ask for action to set a work session regarding this item. But to be clear, just to make sure I'm on the right page with staff, and Mr. Ward, please take notes. Every year when the city does its operating budget, we look at how much revenue we're projected to receive. From that revenue, we decide if we're going to have enough money to implement programs or not.
Yes.
If we don't have enough money to implement the programs, we have to look at increasing taxes, correct?
Yes.
So as it stands right now, with the money that we're projecting, 1.8 million of it is already going to funding the police department without the new requests that have come in, correct? With their mid-year salary raises, at least.
Yes.
So that leaves us with a little bit of money that's left over. So I would like to have a work session to talk about these items in order to get the costs for this program, to see if the funds that we can get will sustain the program, or if we would need to look at making citywide tax increases to fund a program that only actually impacts a small number of people. So in regards to this, The delegation of duties between code enforcement staff and the one rental inspection staffer that we have on, here at the city. The number of rental properties broken down by the number that are outside landlords, then also by ward in general. Because as it stands right now, the rental inspection program is only for City Point. The other wards are not evaluated, which is an issue with equity in terms of cost. A list of the business fees and permits that other businesses have to pay for. Circle back to nuisance violation. In response to gentlemen's comments, the moratorium laws in regards to eviction, a lot of those are COVID-19. I think some of them have, I don't know if they're stayed right now or not, so that would be helpful to know if those moratoriums are still in place. And then most importantly, the cost to implement this program. So if it would be sustainable, if the fees are spread across the city, or if we would need to do a tax increase. And then also, the concerns by those who have, like whoever wrote your office, we can have a full list of concerns. But then also to the point that was raised, in the past, we couldn't, we couldn't legislate aesthetics for homeowners, but I still feel strongly that the same thing should apply in terms of the upkeep of their property. But if there's any changes that may allow us to put the same type of guidelines in regards to the outside appearance of owner-occupied, like homeowner properties. I'll ask for council to support these requests and any additions that they may have in a separate work session. I'm not pressed for any particular time to allow staff to have their research put together, but I think it'll be helpful for people to understand that the goal is not to have them pay an increase in their taxes to sustain a program that could be self-sustaining if the landlords pay. Does anyone else have any additions to it or have a month in preference to the work session requests?
No.
Yes, I do. I think that in that research, it should also include not just the list of business fees that it costs, but also the fees that, or the statistics, I guess, in regards to owning a home and what homeowners that are renting property out have to pay on average.
Can you clarify as to what?
Because
I'm sorry, what a landlord has to pay out?
Correct. On average, statistically, to have upkeep with the homes on a yearly basis when they have tenants.
Maintenance, average maintenance costs?
Correct.
I don't want to do tit for tat, but just to understand, if you ask for that, then I would ask equally the average maintenance cost to maintain a business.
Correct.
I mean, it's still, maintenance is maintenance, so just that's, just to ask that to, that's fine.
Yeah.
In order to save time, can we send all the requests in to Dr. Manker to include in for this work session?
I want to vote, that's why I'm
Thank you,
asking
Mayor.
for the items.
Okay.
So I'm moving to have a work session. Is there any other requests to be added to the list so staff has clear instructions?
Is there a second?
For the work session.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, public hearing 1, Mr. Ward.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight's public hearing is in regards to a conditional use permit in relation to 101 South Main Street. We also know that as the former Hopewell Marine Building. Tonight is a public hearing. The applicant for the conditional use permit is JRT Properties LLC. They are affiliated with JD Lewis out of Richmond. Property is located in Ward 2. It's zoned B1, Downtown Central Business District, and it was constructed in 1916. It's a two-story brick construction, approximately 16,000 square feet total. And due to its age and its location within our historic district, this building does qualify for state and federal historic rehabilitation tax credits. Now, the applicant is requesting two things. One is the ability to have ground floor apartments, and two, the ability to have apartments smaller on average than 900 square feet on the second and subsequent floors. This building actually only has 2 floors. Some of these numbers have changed since I was here at the work session 2 weeks ago. I was informed by the applicant that they've had to make some adjustments to their floor plan. So you'll see there's actually they've reduced the number of units from 19 to 18. There are 7 considerations that we must go through when reviewing conditional use permit applications. I went through these specifically at the work session, so I won't go through each of them now. But the result of that is that staff does support the application for conditional use permit for 101 South Main Street for the following reasons. The proposed end use of the building in question meets the land use category designation outlined in the comprehensive plan, and staff finds that the applicant has proven that this application meets criteria 1 through 7, and staff did not propose any additional conditions on this approval. Planning Commission supports the application. They supported it with a vote of 4-0 for the same reasons as staff. At the Planning Commission public hearing, there were 4 speakers who expressed support for this application. There were no speakers against. And again, Planning Commission did not propose any additional conditions on this approval. There were 3 questions that I recalled from the work session, so I went ahead and tried to answer them here. But the applicant is with us tonight, and he will be giving a brief presentation when I'm finished. But before he comes up to the podium, I'll just quickly go through the 3 questions that came up during work session. Number 1, will there be on-site management? I did not know the answer at the time when Councilor Pelham asked that. But the answer is that a third-party property management company will manage that property, but they will not have an on-site office. Question number 2, I believe from Councilor Harris, how will the impacts from the railroad be mitigated? And the answer to that is the developer will be installing multi-pane windows on the train side of the building, as well as additional insulation to minimize noise from the trains. And then I believe Councilor Denton essentially was asking how were unit sizes determined. And the answer here, it's a multifaceted answer that between the factors put forth by market demand, project economics, building layout, and DHR requirements all play into the unit sizes. Just with the final note that Hopewell Comprehensive Plan promotes all sizes of residential units. Mr. Kevin O'Leary with JRT Virginia Properties LLC is here this evening, so he will be stepping up to give his short presentation. And then, of course, either one of us will be able for be available for any questions. Mr. Kevin O'Leary.
Thank you. Thank you all for allowing me to appear tonight. Recognizing the time, I'll be brief in this presentation. Just a quick introduction to JD Lewis. We are based in Richmond, as Mr. Ward said. We've been in business since 2005, and typically our work involves multifamily projects, both new construction and adaptive reuse. We were the third-party contractor on the boathouse at City Point. It's one of our favorite projects. We've done a number of projects with that restaurant group. We've also been third-party contractor on a couple of substantial projects in Richmond, including Rockets Landing and the Locks Apartments downtown. But these two I wanted to focus on. This is Weatherly Lofts in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. You can see on the left the before and on the right the after. That was it turns 100 years old next year. It was a former candy factory that we turned into 43 market rate apartments. There were substantial structural issues. The building had been vacant for some period of time. And we utilized, in that case, North Carolina and federal historic tax credits to complete that renovation. That project consists of 40 one-bedroom apartments, all of them less than, on average, 600 square feet, and just 3 two-bedroom apartments. The next project is 503 East Main Street. This is, again, similar to the 101 South Main project that we're here to talk about tonight. This building actually houses our office. We have, our office is in the front on the left side, and we occupy part of the basement. And then in the rear and upstairs, again, very similar to 101 South Main as we propose, are one-bedroom apartments. There's 8 one-bedroom apartments on that project as well. We are working with Fraser and Associates and Heather Lynn with the Downtown Partnership to reimagine the existing exterior facade. We have to work in compliance with the state and National Park Service because we are pursuing historic tax credits. So this is a draft. We're actually pushing Fraser, if I could go backwards, to actually go a little bolder in the coloring and look more towards what we did at the 503 East Main Street. And our interior vision is, these are pictures from the projects that you have seen the exterior photos of. These are interior photos. They're high-end. They take advantage of the existing architecture, the history of the building, and they're, market rate, higher-end apartments. So that's all I have.
All right. Are there any questions? Counselor Denton?
Yes, I had talked to Mr. Ward and asked the question about how much do you have a projected amount that you are looking for to rent these apartments?
We anticipate the one bedrooms to be in the $1,100 per month range and the two bedrooms to be around $1,500 a month.
1,100 to 14.
14, 15, yes.
Okay. The other one, I did notice you've cut the amount from 19 to 18 units. Are you allowing any more, or could you allow for any more two-bedroom units versus all one? Or does your market analysis show that?
So we do have 2 one-bedroom units now, but based on the geometry of the building, we had the building electronically scanned, digitally scanned, and where we had previously 2 one-bedroom units, the existing building forced us to combine into 1 two-bedroom unit. That's on the front right corner of the building. But the market really does show that there is demand for the small one-bedroom units, kind of in that $1,000 to $1,200 price range, with good finishes, well located to downtown, a good number of businesses that are located here.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you a question that you don't know, I guess, the answer, but you have studied this and you feel it would be a good fit for downtown. If something happens, you can sell this, right? You can
Conceivably,
sell the
yes.
property.
Yes, there are some restrictions by using the historic tax credits. We are obligated to hold the property for at least 5 years, or we lose some of those tax credits, or all of them.
Okay. I'm just trying to cover, and any green space, anything where they, during the summertime, they could come out and sit. Are you going to provide anything like that?
So there's no existing green space currently. We are looking at adding some small green space in the back area where we're planning parking. It is a very tight site between the existing building. I mean, it's almost a zero lot line site, so there's not a lot of existing green space, or there's zero green space there. But we are looking to add some sort of amenity in the rear of the building.
What, in your study, what type of people are usually looking for this? Are they all professional people, or is it a mix?
So we're using the same design team that we used for the two example projects that I showed. And when we were walking with the architect, one of the architects, he mentioned that 3 of his friends who currently live in Richmond, who are young professionals, are looking to move to Hopewell. And that's exactly what we're looking for, is young people who are, professional type jobs, who want, they don't want the yard to take care of yet. They're looking for a place to live, but they're not most of their life is outside of their home.
Okay. I think that's it.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. I sent an email over to Mr. Ward because I had ended up forgetting. I just didn't think about it, honestly, until after the meeting. But with the issue of crime that we're seeing here in the city, would you be willing to invest in some of the crime technologies that we're trying to utilize across the city?
So I think you were looking for some devices to be placed on the building?
Correct.
So we are open to that as long as we can gain approval from the Park Service and State DHR. But there is a traffic pole right on the corner that might be better served to house those devices.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, whether it's on the pole or the building, I just think that it would be good, to cover, both sides of the building and provide some, additional security to help. I just think that it would be a really good investment in crime reduction as well.
So is that a city device, or are you looking for us to provide?
No, you would just get with the city and, give them the money for the capital cost of it and then, they would install it as they're going through installing everything else throughout the city.
Okay, I misunderstood the question from Mr. Ward. Then I thought it was something that the city was looking to install. We're happy to look at that.
Okay.
Continue those conversations.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there any other lights or questions? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Let's see here. I have Heather Line.
Good evening again, Council, City Leadership, Dr. Minker, City staff. I'm Heather Line. I'm the Director of the Hopewell Downtown Partnership. So our role is really helping to spearhead the revitalization of the Downtown Historic District in partnership with you. I wanted to come up and talk about why we are in favor of this project. And also, again, it did pass the Planning Commission with unanimous support. And thank you for the presentation earlier. I failed to mention that. We're very supportive of the Planning Commission's recommendations from earlier. So I wanted to talk a little bit about J.D. Lewis. They're extremely well respected. They've done some incredible mixed-use projects and adaptive reuse projects. I think some of the images that they've shown in their portfolio really speaks for itself. One thing that stands out, however, is that they are not only using historic tax credits, but they're also asking the city for nothing. That is huge. They're coming in and doing this project with their own financing. They haven't needed a bunch of grants or support from us to find additional financing. So they're taking on, risk with this project. And I think it's really worth noting that that is an ideal dream situation for the city to have someone come in like that and not be demanding extra help, like almost every other, situation that we've had in the past when it comes to downtown. The Joint Eastern Border project, that is in Churchill, that's mixed use. That is a restaurant on the ground floor. They've done Casa del Barco. They mentioned a lot of the Rockets Landing multifamily projects, but they also have connections to help potentially bring in some very well-established businesses from Richmond that are looking for second and third locations. So there's an advantage industry, the six in Westrock has said that they might be interested in corporate housing with this specific project. So that's another advantage. There's precedent when it comes to what they're requesting with the conditional use permits. So ground floor and apartments under the 100 square foot ordinance size, those are already existing. In downtown, we have Plymouth Lots, it's personal apartments. Plymouth Lots is Legend Property Group, they're unit construction. A lot of their apartment sizes throughout Virginia and beyond, that are a little over 100 square foot. That's pretty standard at this point for a 4-bedroom studio apartment. So that's not outlandish in the market at all. And the diversity in the sizes of those apartments allows for diversity in type sizes, lifestyles, needs, all of those things. So that's very important that. I also want to say that this project and its location is very good about county development in other parts of downtown. That property has been sitting vacant and blighted for a couple of years now, and quite a few people have come and tried to make to work on that property. I had to look at it and now I can make it work. So if this doesn't go through, then I don't know what building companies that are going to plan out later, not contributing to the tax base, and not potentially housing a commercial tenant who will also be contributing to the tax base. Housing is a major issue. Obviously, it's not a hot topic everywhere, and this is an opportunity to bring some housing to downtown, also in the goals for cost advantages through adopting the existing building. This is in line with the comp plan, and I think that it really is exactly the type of project that we want to see happening in downtown. It's going to really continue to set the bar for what is expected, and WS and Kevin have been fantastic to work with. They have done an exceptional job with everything that's been asked of them, and this is the type of developer that we want to be working with. So those are my comments. Thank you.
All right. Philip Hughes.
Thank you, City Council. I know you guys are getting tired of seeing my face. But I just wanted to say that I am 100% supportive of what they're doing in the Marine Building. One of the things that is really great is that we really have a top-notch company coming in here. And Richmond is a pretty close-knit when it comes to developers. And so if we can really show him that Hopewell will come around to him, make the process easy, be able to help him get it rented, get it fully rented, help him make some money, then he's going to bring with him some new people, some more money, to be able to come down to Hopewell, bring some of these old buildings up so there can be affordable housing. I know the room size can sometimes be a struggle. I do own 236 East Broadway, and both of my units are smaller than this 900 square foot stationed. We had I think my unit's about 500 square feet studio. It's small, and I had a waiting list of about 12 people when I put the application out. So there was a huge demand for it, and I think we should back him, give him whatever he needs. He's not asking for much, so that he can then
Can you speak more into the microphone?
Yeah, so that he can then come back and bring his friends with him. Thank you.
Okay, that's all that I had signed up for the public hearing. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this public hearing? Okay, seeing none. The public hearing is now closed. All right, is there a motion on the floor?
To adopt?
Yes.
Make a motion to adopt, approving.
Second it.
Okay. Is there a friendly amendment to add the request of some digital technology for crime reduction?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Joyner?
Second it.
Well, I was asking for a friendly amendment. Yeah.
Friendly, yes,
Okay.
I move that we amend the motion to include the addition of the technology.
Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor is to approve the conditional use permit request 101 South Main Street with the addition of 2 of the digital technologies. It has been made by Counselor Holloway and seconded by Counselor Joyner. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton, Councilor Pelham,
She
and
was
Councilor
an-
Holloway.
she was-
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking.
I'm
This
sorry.
one is a hard one for me. But I will vote yes because I want Hopewell to move forward.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm counting on you.
All right, motion passes. All right, moving on to, let's see, all right, no unfinished business, regular business, R1. Mr. Ward? Yeah. So you got the next two items.
Luckily, these are very short. Tonight, we have two subdivision applications. They're both from the same applicant. The first one is a subdivision request for 1700 Dinwiddie Avenue. The owner is James R. Jones. These particular parcels are located in Ward 7. They are 172,279.8 square feet altogether, and they are zoned R2 medium density residential. Essentially, the subdivision application is asking to create 4 parcels out of 3. You can see here in this aerial, they're outlined in the yellow and blue. And so on the plat, I've highlighted them in blue. It can get a little tricky to try to figure it out. But between the subdivision and boundary line adjustment, they will be creating 4 parcels from 3. All 4 actually meet and exceed the minimum requirements for the R2. Moving on to the second subdivision, this one is related to 3603 Jackson Farm Road and adjoining parcels. Again,
Sorry,
yes, sir.
yeah.
Let me go back.
Well, no, let's just tackle R1 first, then we're gonna move on to R2.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize they were separate R items.
That's all right. All right. Is there a motion to approve the subdivision of 1700 Dinwiddie Avenue?
So moved.
Okay.
Go, Councilor, you can give it to her and I'll second it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll flip it this time. Motion's made by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Is there any discussion? Counselor Denton.
I'm going to turn in a state and local government conflict of interest. I do work for Mr. Jones at times. I have a relationship with him, but I'm not familiar with these, so I feel I can vote based on that.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other lights, roll call, please.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, Councilor Holloway, I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. R2.
Yes, sir. The second application is, again, a subdivision of 3603 Jackson Farm Road and adjoining parcels. The applicant is the same, Mr. James R. Jones. These parcels are located in Ward 4. Altogether, they're 148,104 square feet. They are also zoned R2 medium density. And in this particular application, the request is to create 8 parcels from 4. On this particular aerial, I've got them numbered, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're going to take those 4 and divide them into 8. Again, all new parcels meet, and in this case, exceed the minimum requirements for the R2 medium-density residential zoning district.
Okay.
That's it.
Are there any questions for Mr. Ward?
So everything is in standing order for this? It doesn't cause any conflict or anything for these changing to the 8 parcels?
No, sir. Our subdivision ordinance only requires that new lots meet or exceed our minimum
Right.
zoning standards for that particular zoning area. And in both cases, both applications actually exceed the minimum requirements.
That's all, thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to,
Just before you make the motion, I want to make sure that we got the address right. It's 3603, correct?
3603 and adjoining parcels,
Okay,
yes.
and adjoining
I
parcel,
can go
okay.
through the particular parcel numbers if
Well, I
you
just
need
want to make
them.
sure, just for when we do our motion, that it's just clear, that's all. Because
Okay.
on the agenda, it says 3602, and on here, it says 3603. But I'll just, okay.
It's
that's fine.
3603, and I do
And-
have
and
the
adjoining
individual
par-
parcel numbers if you want them for the motion.
I don't think we'll need it.
Okay.
I think there's the intent of the motion. Is there a motion on the floor to approve the subdivision
So
of
moved.
3602 Jackson Farm Road and
3603.
3603, sorry. And adjoining parcels?
Yes, so moved.
All right. It's been moved by Counselor Holloway. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It's been seconded by Mr. Harris. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Ward. Now you can go. All right. R3, Ms. Foskey.
Good evening, Mayor Parton and City Councilman. I'm coming before you guys to speak upon the personal property taxes and the bills, as well as seeing if we are able to request I'm not going to say an extension of the due date. We want to waive the penalty and the interest until March the 15th. As well as I wanted to come before you guys to not see if you can reconsider you guys' decision, because I know that you guys can't go back and reconsider the decision as far as the high increase. But I do know that there's other resources that we may have in regards of rebates that the other localities have for our citizens. So that is something that I'm asking if you guys could definitely research. Because we do have a high assessed value at this time and an increase in the taxes, we do know that that is hindering some of our citizens, and we are asking definitely for that research for those particular citizens. We do have some citizens that has already made their payments. We have citizens who have already caught the deadline of December 31st. We know that the bills are going to be due on February 15th. I'm asking again for a waiver for the penalties and the interest until March the 15th. That means on March the 16th, penalties will occur. On April 1st, the interest will occur. 45 days from March the 15th, there will be the DMV stops that will be added. And then all of the delinquencies will be going to our collection attorney, which is TACS. Do you have any questions?
No, but I would like to make the motion to adopt this and also add a friendly amendment to, she said that we could go back and vote on it, but I think I'd like to add a friendly amendment to give some relief to the citizens, as other municipalities has done.
I think what,
Yeah, we need to research what
yeah,
type of relief
I
that is.
I think before making a motion on relief, we need to find out what the relief is, options are going to be. And in addition to that, what the impact's going to have on the budget as well.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, we can certainly.
So we'll,
yeah.
so I'll withdraw this, I'll table the relief portion, but I'd like to make the motion to adopt, extending, or excuse me, waiving the, penalties up for 30 days to March the 15th of 2023.
Can you add interest to that as well? Penalties, fees, and interest?
Correct.
Okay, through March 15th. All right. Is there a second? All right, I'll second it. Any discussion? All right, Counselor Denton?
Ms. Vosky, do you have any idea of the percentage of people who have not paid their personal property tax for last year?
I don't actually have the percentage, but I can say, Ms. Denton, that we have over 7,000 citizens that I can say right now who are delinquent from 2018. I've placed manually 7,000 DMV stops on those particular citizens' accounts. Keep in mind, the previous treasurer did not place DMV stops on any of those accounts since 2019. So those particular citizens decided not to make those payments and went ahead and got their tags versus making those payments. So we have a lot of people right now that are considered to be delinquent that we need to collect.
It's about 30%.
Because I'm just wondering what it's going to do with this one. If there are people who cannot pay it, are we just compounding the problem?
Well, the difference is since I've been in the treasurer's office, they haven't been paying, but as of this year, those DMV stops has gotten a lot of monies coming in. Now, I feel like that once we continue with the DMV stops and continue with the collections attorney, because again, the previous treasurer never had a collection attorney to come in for personal property. We always had Jason Dunn for real estate. So in regards of the collection attorney, I do feel like that we may bring more revenue in by using them.
I'm just trying to figure something out to help the citizens.
Right.
And I don't know, like, if we had a process to collect what we already have from 2021, if we could collect that and maybe let people pay half of theirs now and half a little later, if that would help. I don't know.
Well, I was definitely considering and hopefully maybe, speaking to you guys about changing the due date to twice a year versus, or preferably the end of the year versus having it in February. So that's something that we definitely can, consider and talking about. I did, speak to my staff and ask about payment plans, but we do not want to do any payment plans at this time.
I'm not in favor of the payment plans, but and we have to have the revenue to run the city.
Right.
So I don't want to do anything to be detrimental to the city.
Right.
And paying our bond payments and things that we have to do to keep the city running.
Right.
But if we were getting a good return now on the delinquents from 21, would it allow us enough time to give the citizens a chance to pay half now and half September?
Well, keep in mind that the money that we're collecting right now, to my understanding, is for the 2024 budget. So we would need that money. We wouldn't have to. Are you speaking about like this year or in the future?
I'm just trying to figure, and I don't know that we can, but just trying to figure some way to make it a little easier on, like, Ms. Thor said earlier, the senior citizens, the ones that are really struggling. If it's some way we can alleviate that, I don't know. You may have some thought on that. I don't know.
Now, to my understanding with the commissioner, I don't really have much to do with that, but I do believe that 65 and older, they get some sort of relief. I'm not for sure if that's just for the real estate and for the personal property, or if it's personal property just for the veterans.
I think it's
so
more for real estate than personal property.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I think that's what it is.
Right.
So we can do
And it may not, to keep our city running, we may not be able to do that.
Right.
But I'm just throwing that out.
Right.
I think what needs to happen is, I think you, Ms. Reason, and the city manager and the finance director need to sit down and hash through, a bunch of these options. Because we did ask for that to happen back in September when we did adopt the rate. And so I think we need to see that information, and we need to see what the financial impact is, going to be.
Right.
Because if we're in a budget situation right now where we can't offer relief, then, we need to be known that. We need to be told that.
Right. And I agree. And with that said, you did state those groups, but I do truly believe that every single one of you guys should be in that meeting as well. So you guys will have the education and knowledge of what's going on, because the commissioner did come up before you guys and they asked about the vehicle license fee. I'm not for sure everybody understood why we needed that or why they were asking for that. But that is something that would have benefited the offset of it as well. So that's something that if everybody can come in and we all can have or be on the same page, that would be awesome.
I think what we need, I think you guys need to come up with options, and we can do a work session on this. So that way, we all have a better understanding. But it's imperative that you guys have options, and you're not just throwing information at city council.
Right.
We need to know, what's physically responsible and what's not, what is feasible and what's not.
Right. I understand.
All right, is there any other lights at this time? All right, seeing none, roll call, please.
Now, this is just for the 15th.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. We're going to do a work session later.
Okay.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denson,
Yes.
and Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, moving on to R4, Ms. Smith with the loitering ordinance.
Again, City Council has before it the proposed loitering ordinance. I won't read it to you again, you all have it. It's basically broken down into 3 sections. The first is the definitions, which start any ordinance or statute. B very specifically talks about prohibited conduct, and Part 3, or C, speaks of the classification of the ordinance, which it is classified as a Class 3 misdemeanor, punishable by no jail time and a fine no higher than $500. I'm sorry, $250.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt it.
Oh.
Oh.
Is it all right if Councilor Denton makes the motion? She had her light on.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion. Sorry about that.
I do have, can I have a question before we?
Sure.
It was spoken of earlier about the fact that this is right as of now limited to downtown.
No.
So we did
Citywide.
expand
It's
it.
for the
I was
whole
just
city.
making sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilor, I second it.
Okay. So, motion on the floor is to approve the new loitering ordinance as presented, and it's been made by Counselor Denton and seconded by Counselor Holloway. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. I want to thank you all for coming out to tonight's city council meeting, staying all the way to the end, I guess I could say. And is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a
Motion.
motion we adjourn.
So
All
moved.
right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I oppose.